All right, late as always, but we're live. How's everybody doing today? Let's see. Okay, we got no one yet. That's fine. Let's wait a couple minutes for people to gather up, hopefully. Now, let's notify everybody, why not? Hope you guys don't mind when I notify you on Slack. Not on Slack, on Discord, that the stream is going live. Bytek, how you doing, man? Good to see you again. Always a pleasure. You're the first one. Awesome. Let's see, I heard something on the Discord. Moldrev, you're watching Northwest Repairs video on my Flux instead of joining my stream. Join my stream first, then you can watch the video. Come on. Did you see Tony's video about your Flux, Ruff? I'm perfect, brother. Hope you are good as well. Awesome. Yes, I've seen like half of it because it dropped like half an hour before I scheduled the stream. So I've seen it until the rebolling. Now the reason rebolling didn't work in his case, but yesterday we did rebolling with my Flux, is because he separated it. So all the glycerin just flown out of the Flux. So yeah, it became too tacky. That's what is going to happen. That's why that glycerin is there in the first place. That's primarily the reason why there's glycerin in it. So it's easy to apply. I mean, you can thin it out with with some IPA, sure, and you can and it'll be easier to apply. But yeah, he kind of, it's with my Flux, you just gotta have to work differently. So that's why he didn't have success rebolling. But he will get it. He will get it. I gave him some pointers regarding that, and I'm gonna improve my next batch. Using the feedback. But what I want to focus on is that he did say that blackhorserepairs seems to be making better Flux than Northridge Fix. That's all I wanted to hear. Okay. Lead Farmer, how you doing, man? You're just watching the video as well. Awesome. Well, I'm gonna watch it after the stream. I'm gonna watch the rest of it because I haven't seen it. It just as soon as he did the rebolling, I had to go on stream. All Flux have their pros and cons. First batch was thick. The batch that I sent to Tony was batch number, I think, number 3. So, we're kind of early in the process, but so far it looks very promising. Very promising. And as you know, that's the only Flux that I use. And it's stronger than normal 1 hour? Well, stronger than normal 1 hour? Oh, it's longer than normal 1 hour. I'm drinking a Hacker. What the hell is that? Hacker Oktoberfest. Okay, Oktoberfest. All right, I got some Dos Equis. And I have Heineken lined up over here as well. Okay, now let's put this baby on the preheater. Let's catch it over here maybe, and over here. All right, so we have a customer job today, the 1200 socket replacement. So let's get that done quickly and painfully, shall we? And we're gonna use my flux, and I'm actually running low. So yeah, he doesn't like the barrel tubes, the industrial barrel tubes, which I don't know. I like these, and that's why he said that it was kind of difficult to squeeze it out, because he's not using proper tools. So this is, you know, this is the screw, right? And you just press over here, and that gives you pretty good leverage, right? This is like 1 to 6 or 1 to 8, something like that. So you get a lot of strength from this. So that's why, you know, if you just use something like this, right, just regular plunger, then yeah, it's a little hard to push out. But you know, all of those, you know, little quirks are the direct result of the flux being purely organic, with all natural ingredients, no chemicals, no nothing like that, you know. So there's going to be a little bit of trade-off, sure. Yeah, the video he made is a long one. Yeah, longer than he normally does. Yeah, I don't think he gave Northridge Fix an hour video, dedicated video. So I am deeply flattered that he did, and it seems like, you know, we're gonna figure out those little quirks, because I know why some of these problems that he had, why he had them, and you know, you just have to use my flux a little bit differently. That's the whole thing. So we'll figure it out. But for the most part, you know, for general soldering, it seems like it's approved, because I got an email from him with all that feedback, right? So those questions that he was asking in the video, he already has the answers to them, because I already provided the chemical formula for the flux, and you know how it's made and everything. So now he knows that, but when he was making the video, he didn't. So that's why, you know, that's why it was what do you call it? He was puzzled by what the chemicals are and stuff. Although I did also put a little note in the box with some of those answers already. I guess maybe he made a video first, or maybe he didn't read the message, or maybe that paper just got mangled somewhere in the box and he just threw it along with the box. Who knows? But yeah, that's not too important. The important part is that the flux does work, and it's better than NF.flux. Okay? I'm gonna keep repeating that. It's not my words, it's my customer's words. He thinks my flux is better than NF, and it's a lot cheaper. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that the NF.flux was $18 a pop, plus probably other surcharges and shit like that. So no, probably not, but you know, I especially love the comment that because yeah, if you put a little more of that flux when you're cleaning it, right, there's some IPA in that flux, right? So you can just use IPA instead of putting more flux on it. But he was saying like, you know, at this price, I don't feel bad about putting more flags on it. And with Northridge Fix flags, I do because it's so expensive. Well, I had a blast so far, at least, but I've only gone through like probably less than half of the video, so we'll see. And hopefully there's gonna be part 2 when I send him my next batch, with his permission, of course. He didn't write me back yet regarding whether he will want the second batch, or the next batch, which will be, I don't know, batch number 4 or 5, who cares. So we'll see. And yeah, he did say that the outside was sticky and stuff. You know, you wanna see where I make my flags? Yeah, but if you remember, you've seen the video with my setup where I make my flags, but you know, it's a small operation, you know, it's not an industrial flags. It's gonna be sticky. I try to clean it as well as I can afterwards, but yeah, it's gonna be a little sticky. What do we have? Bytech. Now you need to sort out Europe postage for your flags, man. I still can get it to UK. I was messaging you last week or something about UK postage, and you tried to sort it out. Still can't see it. Yeah, I think this is basically just eBay. This, I don't know, tariffs, Trump, I don't know, something's going on. It's kind of hard to send to UK, but you can just send me order directly, right? Just write me an email, and you know, say you want the fax. I'll send you the fax. I don't know what the postage is gonna be, but it's, you know, it's $12 plus shipping, and you know, and since you're a regular viewer, you'll get 2, so it's gonna be $6 a pop for you. What do we have? Lead Farmer, HPFD, what? High pressure flux dispenser. Yes, a drop of alcohol to thin it. Yes, you can put a drop of alcohol to thin it out a bit. I suggested him to check your flags when he posted a flags video, and I'm glad he seen my message and tried yours. I don't know, maybe it was the, you know, the combination of everything, because I know you did. I know you and I think someone else as well. I think Lead Farmer also mentioned it to him. So I just emailed him. I sent him a link to my listing, and I said, hey, if you want to try my flags, I'm happy to send you a complimentary, you know, a complimentary batch or complimentary tube, right? So just so we can test it. But he made an actual purchase, right? He purchased the flags. So I just sent him 2 instead of 1, so it's like, you know, $6 a tube. So that's probably why he thinks it's so cheap, but I gave him double than what he paid for, so maybe that's why. I'm not sure, because Northridge Fix flags is 18 and mine is 12, so it's not a huge difference. I mean, if you get a whole bunch of it, then yeah, it adds up, but you know, it's a $6 difference. It's not a huge difference in my view, depending how much the shipping is and stuff. Alex overcharge everything. Well, he's a great businessman, you know, that's what you gotta give him. He's a great businessman. He knows how to make money, and if overcharging is a good business model, then yeah, that's what he does. I mean, I don't know if it is, you know, I never used this service and I never bought anything from him yet, but I might get my hands on that flag, see if it's what it is. But Chemical composition disclaimer. It's in the listing. It's 3 ingredients. It's not much. DIY repair hour. Patrick, how you doing, man? Dobry wieczór. I know you're sleepy, but thanks for dropping by. I know it's late where you are. It's what, like 2 a.m. or something like that. Yeah, you gave him a buy one get one free. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. I guess so. All right, let's start preheating because the job is not gonna get done by itself. Fan off. Patrick, Siemka. Yes, I should really be asleep. Moved home. It took 2 weeks. You moved home, meaning where in Poland do you live? I mean, that's what you mean. You're back in Poland, right? You're too old for this? Yeah, that's what I keep saying, man. Putty 218. So yeah, you're somewhere around Poland, and since you're saying you're going for wild mushrooms, I would expect you to be Polish. Mushrooms are pretty close to our hearts as Polacks. Yes, I need to have my mushrooms in the fridge always. Although I don't really like the mushrooms that you can get in the US, but sometimes you can get really good mushrooms here and there. But the best mushrooms that I get are the mushrooms that are dried up and sent to me from Poland. That's the best mushrooms I get. A friend of mine's brother goes mushroom hunting as well, and he brings some awesome mushrooms. That's what my friend always uses for the Christmas soup, right? Borowiki, but not only. Prawe, podgrzybki. So yeah, there's no comparison. Although you can get, because hang on, Borowiki, what is it in English? Oh my god, I have it at the tip of my tongue. I can't remember now. Patrick, you're in. Oh, you're still in. Okay, so you went back to that little island. Okay, I thought you said back in home when you're back in Poland. No shrooms there. Oh no. No, you're not gonna get shrooms on that little tiny island you live on. Boletus. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. Yeah, I have it. Oh my god, at the tip of my tongue. I can't remember right now. Alright, let's get Rework Pro working, because the board is not preheating and it's not gonna get done by itself. So this is 1200 socket and we just need to replace it. One pin is broken on it. But Rework Pro works much better when you actually connect it to the computer or connect it to the machine. There is no Wi-Fi on it yet, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. I still have to release my my private bay software. Mohammed, did I read it right? No. Mohammed Elwa. Hi, how are you? Enjoying yourself? Well, hanging out. Thank you for joining, man. Good to have you. How you doing? What are you up to? We're gonna replace some socket on this board here. Alright, let's connect. Let's get to the stream with Rework. We got, yeah, there you go. Okay. Let's get the camera pointing in the right direction. Let's get you maybe a little more in the center, because last time we were very much to the bottom and you couldn't really see much. Okay, that should do it. This is 1200 socket. Let's refresh. COM8 connect, and we have the connection. Let's connect to the community, and let's get the awesome universal socket replacement by RAF. Where is it? Universal socket replacement by RAF. Let's load this one, and let's just do 10-minute preheating first, but let's drop the temperature to 100 degrees, see what the difference is between top and bottom, and based on that we shall decide what to do next. And I will be in this little window over here while we're running. 25 degrees. The bottom thermocouple is touching the board. It's away from the cups, right underneath the socket. I probably should have covered those cups, because these are electrolytic cups, but we'll see. If they are not damaged, they shouldn't blow. If they are, they will blow. And sometimes when they are really good, really new, they will blow even more so than the old ones, because the old ones might be dry, they don't have enough electrolyte in them to actually explode the case. But if they explode, we're just going to replace them. It's not a big issue. I mean, it kind of is, since we're charging $50 for this, so you know, any added work is kind of time lost, but who cares? I haven't gotten rich yet. I'm not gonna get rich anyway, so I gave up on trying to get rich. I'm no Alex. Alrighty, what do we have? Bytech, I got IR6500 and Rework Pro, but waiting to move a house and didn't try it. Can't wait to try it. Awesome. If you have any questions, any problems, or perhaps you need some custom features or something like that, you can always request it. I mean, not every feature is going to be delivered depending on the type of the feature. I know someone not really requested, but asked, like, can you make the Rework Pro working with 2 controllers? One for the top, one for the bottom, right? 2 PC410 controllers. Yes, I can, but it hasn't materialized yet. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What do you have? Yeah, fine. You're doing fine, Mohammed. Awesome. Just like your video. Awesome. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to hear from a fan. Can we use Rework Pro for PCH replacement as well? What do you think, Raf? Yes, sir. Bytech. Rework Pro is for any BGA work, right? What was it? 2 weeks ago, our Sunday session, we were reflowing PCH, right? We did the CPU replacement, right? We did last time we did CPU removal, right, and reballing. I know exactly when, because I reviewed the footage. This is actually really beneficial when I do it on stream, because I can review the footage pretty much live, because normally when I publish the video, it's all sped up, right? So it's very quick. But with on the stream, I can review it in real time. So, well, number one, I just yap too much and I don't focus on work, right? So that was the problem number one. And number two, when the nozzle caught the magnet and that whole jig just hit the nozzle, some of those balls inside, they just left. So as soon as I put it back under the microscope, you could see that some of the holes no longer had a solder paste in them. So that was the problem. So if that didn't happen, this would have been a perfect reballing. So that's what I'm gonna use. That's what I'm gonna try next time. Because yeah, it does work. I just messed it up. But I do have an idea how to not mess it up next time. So I'm not sure if this will work actually, but I'm gonna use the jig, the other, not this one, the big one. I want to grab it right now and pull the cables and stuff, and I'm just gonna clamp it in the jig so it has extra mass. So even if I put my nozzle too close, it's not gonna lift the whole jig, right? Because that was the main issue over there. That's why some of those bolts didn't actually work, but the rest of them did, and that's what tells me that everything was perfectly fine until I did that. What, 2 times or 3 times? I think I did it 3 times. So yeah, it definitely didn't work. Cover your nuts. What? Am I naked again? Oh, cover cups is best ideas. Okay, that's what you're referring to. Okay. Have fun, everyone. See you on Discord sleepy time from Patrick, DIY Repair Hour. See you, Patrick. Take care, man. Talk to you later. Okay, what do we have temperature-wise? 78 degrees at the top. We have 100 at the bottom. Okay, that was quick. I didn't even notice when that happened. So let's go to 150. And actually, let's stop the preheating and do the second preheating. I still haven't fixed that bug when the Rework Pro thinks that the profile is still running, but the machine turned off. It's on my list. I was just really busy with all the other stuff. Actually, I don't put nearly as much time into this as I should, because it's kind of hard to get motivated lately. Because I'm just, counting days when my severance runs out. Then hopefully I can get unemployment. But we don't know, because the government has shut down. The government doesn't seem to care that they shut down. So I don't know what to think of that. I know it did resolve a lot of their problems, like, certain documents not being released and certain votes and certain people not being confirmed, right, sworn in. So, no. I really don't like that, but bottom line is we are all paying the price for that. And hopefully, that's what I like to think, that someone is gonna answer for this. I don't know who, I don't know whose fault it is. I'm not pointing any fingers, but I hope someone is gonna point the fingers at the right people, and those people are gonna, you know, suffer consequences for doing this, because it is not right. Because we did nothing wrong. Why are we the ones that are suffering, right? Why do we have to always pay the price? It's just not fair. But no, we can keep complaining, but that's not gonna change anything. Bottom line is, we just have to keep working hard instead of complaining and just hope for the best, I guess. What else can you do? I mean, you can keep complaining. You know, I'm from Poland, right? Complaining is what we do. So yeah, sure, I can complain, but you know, when someone asks me how I'm doing, I always say can't complain. I mean, I could, but who likes to listen to complaining? I don't know. That's something that Polacks and New Yorkers have in common. We like to complain. Although New Yorkers call it something different, but they like to complain as well. But yeah, New York is kind of a unique place when it comes to pretty much everything. Absolutely everything. Running business, renting places, living, working, paying taxes. It's a unique place. Okay, we are at 142. It's the board is heating up very nicely. We're at 109 at the top. So what do we have? Less than well, around 30 degrees difference. 30 degrees spread. It's not bad. You know, typically I don't like boards like these because they are big. Very big, and it's a 1200 socket, right? It has a really good outline though, so that part is actually pretty good. But since it's so big, the SIO, the EC chip, is at the bottom of the board. The PCH is on the top, obviously, because that's where the heatsink is. So with this surface area, it takes a while to heat up, and it's going to be flexing. So, you know, probability of the board working is slightly lower compared to the little boards or compared to thicker boards. This one's very thin and it's large. The worst kind of combination. Plus, it has a electrolytic cups, so like the all the worst features of the board that you can get. 146. $145. Okay, and 112 at the top. Yeah, it's going to be easy to remove the socket, and it's going to be easy to resolder the socket. All I'm worried about is the board flexing and actually, you know, causing some damage. So we'll see. That's why I'm going to try to heat it up very slowly, and we'll see. Damn, you guys are not talkative today. The Friday, everybody's out. No, nobody's out on Friday nowadays. We're all broke. We don't actually go out, do we? I don't. But the Halloween is coming. It's my favorite holiday. And it's my favorite holiday because, you know, if you don't have kids, you probably don't like Halloween because it's kind of silly and, I don't know. But if you have kids, Halloween is the best one. I don't feel stupid dressing up because my son is dressing up. I don't feel stupid going trick or treating because I'm going with my son. It's gonna be Harry Potter this year. I think I just saw local sheriff post and saw maybe my old SKS rifle. Oh, SKS rifle. Why do you have SKS rifle? Do you take care of it? Do you clean it? Do you maintain it properly? Do you practice with it? If there was a no to any of those questions, you should get rid of it. That's my stance on the gun ownership. Regardless whether in US or any other country, I guess mainly in US because that's where we can have our guns. Stolen 1998. Well, then that's old history. Why would anyone ask you about that? But yeah, my approach is that if you want to have a gun, you need to be a responsible gun owner. So yeah, you maintain your gun, you practice with your gun, you keep your gun safe. You know, you practice the proper safety precautions, right? And if that's what you do, then I have no problem with you having a gun. But if you're 22-year-old kid with the gun that you just, or an old guy with a gun that you haven't used in the 60 years, probably won't even fire anymore, then no, you just get rid of it. You know. Instead, put the 911 on speed dial, and that's gonna do you better than waving a gun around if you don't know what you're doing, you know. That's my stance on it. As long as you're responsible, go nuts, have a gun. Wait, is Halloween arrived already? No, not yet. It's it's end of October, so another like couple weeks, maybe less than couple weeks. So we still have a little time. But you know how it is in US. All those holidays that are highly celebrated, they are always kind of commercialized and celebrated for way earlier, right? So, you know, as soon as Halloween is done, you're gonna start, you know, selling Christmas trees and, you know, Christmas decorations everywhere and everything, right? Now screw Thanksgiving. Christmas. Because Thanksgiving is not that much of a commercialized holiday, right? It's more of a family kind of holiday, right? I mean, it is commercialized in the way that airlines and stuff, they're gonna make a lot of dough, sure, but it's not like, you know, you're buying stuff for Thanksgiving other than food, obviously, and stuff like that. So, you know, all those turkeys and pumpkin pies and all that, they're gonna be commercialized to death. But yeah, it's the Christmas that they're gonna hang on right after the Halloween. And the best time to buy Halloween candy is the day after Halloween. Every store is gonna have them on sale. That's when I buy my Halloween candy. Because on Halloween, I take candy from other people, and then after Halloween, I buy my candy. Because it's super cheap. Like 2 days after Halloween, that's where you can get really, really cheap candies. I have hunting rifle, 243 Winchester. Nice. That's it's bottom loaded, right? with threaded barrel. I fired one of those bad boys in the past. They feel awesome. M1, Mauser, and Winchester. Those were they like really feel like it's a solid weapon. One night only, but festivities like how was Screen at Bush Garden and Universal and such. Okay, in your state is actually easy to have a gun. In Georgia, yes, we are a primarily Republican state, a red state. However, in 2020, we flipped blue. We voted for Joe Biden. But in 2024, we voted for someone else. Oh, Hollow Scream. Okay, got you. I'm not familiar. I had to get a letter clearing me from someone that had tried using my identity. Waited 6 months in 2017. They tried to use your identity to purchase a gun. Is that correct? That sucks, man. Yeah, identity theft is a real big problem nowadays. And no, those identity prevention services, they don't work. It's a scam. Maybe not scam per se, but it's a waste of money. Just like VPN and all those services. It's not the best use of your money. Yes, it has Fred. Awesome, yeah. Well, that gives it an extra range, right? It doesn't give you any more firepower, right? It's not like it gives better penetration or anything, but it definitely gives you a lot higher range with threaded barrel. What old friend from high school got arrested in 2001 and they aliased me and him? Oh, so you got confused with someone else. He died in 2021. Oh, COVID, in jail. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Can you imagine not only dying of COVID, but dying of COVID in jail? Damn. Crazy. Oh, crap. Okay, our heating cycle ended because I'm yapping. Let's give it 45 minutes here on the long preheater. Thank you, babe. Ooh.
Do you want some arugula?
No, this'll do. Thank you so much, hon. Got a little snack. Yeah, that sucks, man. So I had to request clearing me to get rifle. They found he was in jail and I was not him. Yeah, that's kind of easy to prove. Yeah, if he was in jail, that's kind of easy to prove that, hey, I'm not him because he's in jail. So at least there's that. But yeah, that sucks. Well, some friend of yours, if he got you in trouble like that, not the best, I would say. How long have you known him? Is he a good guy? It's insane how easy is it to get a gun in US. Brazil is have so much bureaucracy about it. Yeah, that's something I talked about for a while now, that it is way too easy, especially since you don't necessarily need a gun. I mean, I would maybe make a distinction between the states, right? Georgia is not one of those states where you need a gun, right? It's not like we have moose and freaking grizzly bears running around that you need a gun. So, you know, states like, I don't know, say Wyoming, or, you know, some states where you do kind of require a gun to kind of, you know, I don't know, Alaska maybe, where, you know, it would be unwise to not have a rifle, right? It would be unwise for you to not have a rifle in Alaska, right? So, you know, those rules should account for those circumstances. So you don't want the Alaskans to be bound by a lot of bureaucracy before they can have a rifle, so they can basically live. I mean, depending on where in Alaska you live, but there are certain areas in Alaska where you need people to stay there, right, to maintain like some airports and, you know, stuff like that. And, you know, you need the gun. You need the gun there. But in the downtown Atlanta, there's very few grizzly bears or moose or you know, wild animals in general, right, that you would potentially have to defend yourself from, right? So if you live in downtown Atlanta, I would say there should be a little bit of bureaucracy before you actually get your gun. And it's, by bureaucracy, I mean, you know, the basic evaluation, right? It's no different from when you you know, interview for a job, right? Sometimes you have to go through 3, 4, 5, even 7 stages, right? It can take months before you actually get a job, and I mean like those higher level jobs, right? So just compared to that, right? And in many cases it would have solved a lot of issues that we've had with you know, mass shootings and stuff, because, you know, no one, maybe not no one, but in general, people who commit crimes like mass shootings and stuff, they act on an impulse, right? And if you prevent it, so on an impulse, they apply for a gun, or they basically go get a gun today, and tomorrow they commit shooting. But in 2 weeks, it's water under the bridge. So if that process took 2 weeks, they would have gotten their gun after 2 weeks, but they no longer feel like they need to shoot up a church or school or whatever, you know. So that's kind of my approach to this. Brazil is wild. Brazil is too wild. Too wild for what? In what sense? Probably less than 7% of Brazilian population has the right to have a gun. Yeah, and I would say that's healthy. Like in Poland, there is a way for you to have a gun. Yeah, but yeah, you have to go through a lot of stuff, and then you're on some kind of registry and stuff, and, you know, it's, yeah, there's ways for you to have a gun, but you don't need it, right? And barely anyone has one. Let's see, he was goodish, got into drugs, needle drugs, so intravenous drugs. In 2003, I saw him and I kept distance because he was looking somewhere to live. Nope. Yeah. Damn. Okay. So, yeah, that's always sad to hear. Your friends just kind of falling into drugs, and yeah, usually a crime follows. That is kind of crappy, but yeah, it does happen. I'm sorry you had to go through that, man. In Alaska, you need a pepper bowl gun at least. I mean, it's not gonna do you any good against the bear. It's just gonna anger it, and it's even worse. You know, again, against grizzly bears, you don't do anything other than avoid them, because they grizzly bears, or any kind of bears actually, they don't look for confrontation, right? They don't initiate fights. It's only when you sneak up on them. So one trick is when you go through the, you know, something I learned from Wyoming. If you go through the woods, and that's what I loved doing back in the day, they just have a like whistle, or basically make a lot of noise, and the bears will just kind of avoid you, right? But if you sneak up on the bear unintentionally, right, then especially if it's a mama bear with little cubs, it might be not very pretty. But in those cases, you know, I try retreating. Don't climb the tree. Don't play dead, although some people had luck with that, playing dead. Because if the bird doesn't see you as a threat, they will most likely leave you alone. But if you use like pepper spray or stuff like that on the birds, no, that's only gonna make the bird really angry. And you know, even if you have a sidearm, you know, that's not gonna do much good against the bird, unless you're a really good shot and you can you know, do a few headshots and sure, or shoot the heart maybe. But if you just blindly shoot at the bird with, I don't know, 22, then you know, that's not gonna do you any good. Before you discharge, you know, 2 bullets, the birds already got you, because they're pretty quick, and they're pretty heavy. So yeah, just don't sneak up on the birds, and yeah, if you do want to feel safe from the birds, just avoid them. They're not gonna mess with you. They don't look for trouble. And yeah, the pepper sprays and stuff like that, no, don't use that on bears. Or moose. Although moose is a little bit easier to avoid, or easier to, you know, because they're heavy. They're like horses, right? But they have big horns or antlers or whatever. Do they have horns or antlers? Whatever. So, you know, if you're in the area where there's a lot of trees, right, you can just dodge him, you know, hiding behind the trees and stuff, and he'll give up, right? I had one encounter, you know, so I was just hiding behind the cars or going in between the cars. Yeah, and they can be pretty aggressive. They can actually be relatively aggressive. But they're not as capable as the bear is. The bear is really capable. Let's see, it was a shooting in last month. Security guard got his AR from car trunk. Damn. I'm not sure what the place you're referring to, but I want to say it's Orange County, because I know you're in Florida. In Poland, they test you with memes making fun of Putin. If you get mad, they deny you a gun permit. I'm not sure about now, man, because I hear the current administration is kind of pro-Russia. So I'm not sure. I hope that's what they do, but I'm not sure about that. Here we have a lot of political war about the guns. This is a discussion that divides the country in half. Like a lot of stuff, you know. Same in US, we're always divided in half. There's always half of the country this way, half of the country that way, and it's only those swing states that make a difference. And that's what we did in 24, right? Republicans wanted to own libs, and in the process they kind of own themselves. Make jobs, not war. Yeah, I agree. Make home ownership easier. Yeah, in many cases, yeah, I would agree. You know, I'm not against guns. You know, I'm not a gun enthusiast, but I'm not against guns, and I shot guns myself. I never owned a gun, but I shot plenty of guns, and yeah, it's a cool activity from time to time, in good company. But we're in the forest in Wyoming, so. Best bird hunt scene in the movie: The Distinguished Gentleman, the movie. Interesting. I think I've heard that title. I'm pretty sure I did. Error. 413, 55 miles per hour. How you doing, Error? Glad you could join us. It's a pretty low attendance today, actually. We got like 7 people here only. What's that? Something Alaska? I don't recognize it. As far as Alaska goes, I just know Juneau as a place over there, and I knew the other one. There was this documentary about life below zero. People living in Alaska, like way up north. That's pretty interesting. Pro peace, yep, I agree, man. Pro peace. We don't really need guns. In Poland, we don't have guns. We have baseball bats. Especially I don't know if you guys are aware of, probably not, but in Poland we have special baseball bats. So what do? You bring it to your friend. Your friend is gonna drill through the baseball bat lengthwise, right? And put the steel core in there, right? And make it look like a regular baseball bat. But it carries some punch. It's not a regular baseball bat. Yeah, if you get hit in the head with that baseball bat, you don't wake up. Capitalism rules. Divide them to keep them in the game. In the 80s, we had dreams of flying cars. Best we get is cars that drop, that doors won't open and batteries cook you. And yes. Yes, we've had flying cars for a long time now. They're called helicopters. But yes, that's what we were hoping for, that's going to be the future. But no, the future is just crypto and AI. And that's what makes money. No one cares about products anymore. No one cares about, you know, going to Mars or going to the moon or you know, exploring the space, or you know, developing products and you know, that kind of stuff. No one cares about that anymore. We just want crypto and AI. So we don't have to do anything. The computers do everything for us, and we just rake the benefits and we just rake in the money. Yeah, that's what the flying cars are, helicopters. Or that's what the helicopters are. They're the size of a car, right, pretty much. Some are bigger, some are smaller, but they're the size of a car, and they can vertically take off and land. That's what you want from a flying car. But it's not like you can get that, because no one really looks at the practicality of it. It just sounds cool. Yeah, I'm stuck in traffic, so I'm gonna just lift up and fly over the traffic. Yeah, but the guy behind you is trying to do the same thing, and the guy in front of you is trying to do the same thing. They all want to fly off and go, and it's a whole mess. Like how do you how do you coordinate that? It's crazy. And what if your car drops on my house? You know, you have liability insurance, but it covers only other cars. Does it cover, you know, $20 million mansion that you destroyed, or the National Memorial, or I don't know, you drop in the White House and you kill the president but because your car ran out of fuel or whatever it was running on, and you just drop in and you happen to fall on the White House, and it's who said is your liability insurance going to cover that? No, it's crazy. That flying cars is never going to be the thing. And if they are, well, I mean, again, we have flying cars. They're called helicopters. You need a license, you need training, you need, you know, there's a lot of stuff to it. And that's how, was it Kobe Bryant? I think it was. He died in the helicopter crash, right? Because I don't remember exactly what there was, but they were flying in the bad weather. They crashed in the mountain, and the guy is gone. The pilot's gone too, and probably another person as well. So, yeah, it's worse than the car crashes and stuff, you know. Why flying cars if we already have freaking monster trucks? Yeah, they can fly short distances, sure, but they can fly. I've seen them fly. So much better. Yeah, flying bus, that could work. Flying bus, Kobe. Yeah, windy hills, too low. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, they were flying too low or something. But I think there was like bad weather or something like that, and that's what happened over there. They probably shouldn't have been flying in that weather in the first place. But people cooking dinner here. I'm watching while at it. Is entertaining and learning a little bit. Adrian, yeah, Adrian, how you doing, man? Well, I'm glad. I love your Clippy. I love your Clippy for the avatar. I was gonna do that too, but I never got around to it, and then I thought, no. I stand with you guys. I stand with the Clippy. Yeah, but I'm also trying to run a business here, you know? So is the heating done? Let's see, we're at 176 at the bottom. I'm set to 185, so a little bit longer still. I'm hitting it slowly because it's a big board. It's gonna deform, and you know, if I had to guess, it's not gonna work. Those big boards never do. I mean, not never, but usually they don't. Adrian, Why am I seeing lots of people with clips on profile? Clippy is the GOAT, no way around it. I told off Lewis in 2017 when he thought Trump was good. He woke up from that too, from that though. Yeah, so Adrian responded with that Clippy is the right to repair. I mean, not exactly. I mean, it's kind of tied to right. It's kind of tied to right to repair, sure. But the main incentive behind Clippy was that Clippy was there to help you, nothing more, right? There was no agenda behind it, right? It was a tool created for you to help with your work, help with writing document or whatever. And you could always close the Clippy and say, I don't want you, Clippy. Clippy was non-invasive. It was a tool for you. But nowadays, all of those tools that are made kind of to help you, they have ulterior motives. They want to collect your data. They want to, lock you into subscriptions. They want to, spy on you. They want to present you ads, all that kind of stuff. So changing your avatar to Clippy is basically saying that you're against that and you want the actual good products to come back. Much like this product here, Rework Pro, right? It doesn't spy on you. There's no subscriptions. It's just made to make your life easier. It's made to make your work easier, right? And that's the only thing that it does, right? It actually wants to help you. Much like Clippy did in the old days. So that's the whole thing behind the Clippy avatar. I definitely stand with Clippy, but I just haven't changed my avatar, and I'm not sure. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. But again, my incentive was also that I want my channel to look semi-professional, So yeah, I stand with you guys, but at the end of the day, it's kind of the same with, I don't know, are you guys going to the, what is it, tomorrow is the No Kings protest, or not protest, the peaceful demonstration, right? But since we have already been declared as Antifa, and Antifa has been declared as a domestic terrorist group, and since there's no membership or any kind of structure or leadership or anything, it's just kind of made up thing, anyone can be labeled as Antifa. And since that non-specific group of people has been already labeled as domestic terrorists, then I don't know. I was thinking of going because there's going to be a big rally here in Atlanta. I was thinking of going, but then I thought that there's probably going to be plenty of ice over there, and it's not like I can flash my green card and say no, I'm legal. No, it doesn't matter. But once they put you in, then they don't care. You're just another number. So I'm kind of worried about going there. I do support No Kings in US because I love this country. I hate to see this country turning into a dictatorship or whatever. Sure, but you know, how much am I gonna personally sacrifice for that is the question, you know, because it's not only my life. If I were, you know, if it was 20 years before, 20 years ago, then I would definitely go there and wave flags and stuff like that. But it was just me, 20-year-old Raf, you know. Now I'm a father, I'm a husband, you know, I gotta take care of my family, so I can't be doing risky stuff, right? So it's not like I'm sacrificing my principles or chickening out or stuff like that. It's just kind of a, you know, I have to think about my family. That's pretty much all it is. Northwest Repair, DE, NF Flags, North Ridge Flags Review. Are you referring to Northwest Repair reviewing my flags? The video dropped today. I've seen most of it, or like half of it, because it was unusually a long video. So far I think, you know, other than those little quirks of that flags, we can figure out, right? Because a part of the why he couldn't do the rebolling is because how he treated the flags. But for general, because I got an email before the video dropped, I got all that summarized in the email. So for general soldering, he thinks the flags is awesome, right? And it smells good, and it works. But it's so far he thinks it's not good for rebolling. But we'll figure that out. Hopefully there's gonna be a part 2. This started with Louis Rossmann. Yes, it did. Yeah, Louis Rossmann started the Clippy. Yeah. Louis Rossmann has been fighting for right to repair and privacy and consumer rights. Yes, sir. Yeah, I know it, but didn't get why use Clippy or why use clips. Yeah, basically it's yeah. It's kind of if you convince enough people to just start using Clippy, then you know we're kind of sending a message. That's the whole idea behind it, right? So we'll see what it's gonna do. Cortana, nah. Hold my beer. Co-pilot in everything. Yeah. Okay, you get it now. Okay. I need to watch South Park. Last one. Micro Butthole. 6 or 7 Central. I haven't seen South Park in so long, because it used to be, you know, I used to watch South Park when it was on the website, right? You couldn't see the episodes that were still like streaming on whatever they were streaming on. Comedy Central, I think it was on Comedy Central. So you can see those new episodes, but then after a while they would release on the website. But now you can't watch it anywhere for some reason. So now I don't watch it. I would have to get HBO Max to watch South Park. But and back then also you could get, you know, South Park from peer-to-peer networks and stuff like that, but those went away as well. I mean, they're coming back a little bit now, but yeah, for that reason I don't watch South Park, or I don't really watch anything lately anyways. But yeah, South Park used to be my favorite show like 20 years ago. Green card revoke possible. Well, that's why I was gonna do my citizenship, because now even the citizenship is revocable if it's naturalized. So you're like second class citizen right? Even if you're a citizen, you're a second-class citizen. You're not the actual citizen because your parents were not born in this country. It's kind of disheartening, but what are you gonna do? But yeah, that's why I was gonna do the citizenship before the election, for that very reason, because it was kind of, especially at the end, it was kind of obvious that Trump was gonna win based on the polling and everything, and I didn't, and now I'm afraid. But luckily, my green card doesn't expire until the next administration is due. If we're gonna have the actual election, because who knows? Because there is a way to hold the election, to just not have the election. So, no. I just saw this week. Puerto Rico has possible deal to allow us to get Spain citizenship and keep USA dual. Interesting. Well, I do have Polish citizenship, I'm Polish. My son has dual citizenship. He's both Polish and American, but he cannot run for president because he was not born in U.S. He was born in Poland. But he's got the certificate of birth abroad, so he's a full-fledged citizen, but just not on the American soil. Just use Linux. Yeah, I used to primarily use Linux, but now I develop a lot of software for Windows, so I kind of have to use Windows. I can hook you up, BlueStacks and Film Plus, VPN optional. You're like 3/5 of a citizen. You're Puerto Rican. I can't run for president. I was born in Puerto Rico. Okay, but you're a citizen. Puerto Rico is a territory of United States. So technically you were born in US. Or on US territory. Alright boys, we're doing final heating. I'm gonna do 205 at the bottom, because I don't think this board is gonna need any more than that, because we're already at 142 at the top, so we should be fine. Key point should, or keyword should. And we'll see if my hand is shaky. I got my lunch over here, or my dinner, I guess, or my supper. But I'm kind of sticking with liquids for now. Alright, we got 9:20, or at least according to this clock. 12:30 according to this clock. I gotta set my clocks. Friday night, just excited to Halloween arrive. Yeah, my favorite holiday. But as I said, it's only fun when you have kids. Without kids, Halloween is no fun. Yes, and I'm still looking for a beautiful and a wealthy American woman so I can legally flee Germany. Why would you want to flee Germany? Or, actually, I should ask, why would you flee Germany to go to US? It's not that great over here nowadays. Halloween arrives on the broom. Yeah. Lately, there's not a lot of perks into being in the US in those last few months, and we'll see how it's gonna go further. But yeah, one thing that I always appreciated about the US is doing business is a lot easier. You know, in Poland, if you want to open an LLC, you have to pay a lot of money every month, regardless whether you make money or don't make money. In US, if you don't make money, you don't pay taxes. I mean, you pay what, like $100 a year to renew the LLC, and that's it. So like $8 a month, that's all your costs, right? Especially if you don't, you know, actually make money. But if you do, then, you know, obviously you have to do like some, you know, taxes and stuff and all that kind of stuff, and sometimes some kind of insurance, some kind of licenses and stuff like that, sure. But it's a lot easier in the US compared to Poland. We're 192 at the bottom. Yeah, Germany just moved to a smaller town further north. Big cities suck. It kind of depends on what kind of work you do. My wife always wanted to move to like some small town and stuff like that, rural areas, or like you know, somewhere in the woods, in the mountains and stuff like that. But you know, since I'm a software engineer, all those jobs for software engineers are in the big cities, so we're kind of stuck in the big cities. Otherwise I can't work, and the remote work is kind of going away nowadays. Error, because I'm self-employed, and in the USA the bureaucracy isn't as crazy as it is there. Yes, yeah, that's what I was saying. It's definitely, in that regard, it's a lot easier. But you know, until you have health issues or stuff like that, then you're gonna flee back to Germany for proper healthcare. That's the only problem here in the US. Oh my god, cousin gamer 9. Well, I would go to a party at 25th. Think it would be wild. Yeah, those Halloween parties can be pretty fun. Yeah, I guess they're a little fun for adults. Just go on Plenty of Fish and say, I need a woman to convert my pagan self. And you'll get a few good ones. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Define good ones. Because, you know, American women go for a discounted market, meaning foreigners, like Plenty of Fish, or what was the other one? Something with Cupid. I know all that from the 60-day fiance or whatever, that show that it can be very entertaining. But those ladies or men, above, these are like, obviously they go for discounted goods, so either like some older unattractive lady going for a young stud, that looks like he could get any lady he wanted, and he goes for that older discounted lady because he wants the citizenship, right? Or the green card or whatever. And the same other way around, like beautiful ladies and going for like loser Americans without a job or with barely any job or anything like that. So you're not gonna get the best ones. When you need to pay half, plane ticket is cheaper to Germany. Yep, it's actually it's actually true. It's cheaper for me to get a plane ticket and go to Poland to do dental work in Poland than to get dental work done here in the US. Yeah. Okay, this is almost ready, but not quite. It's still holding it a little bit too much, which is surprising because we're at 202. I was expecting it to fly off at 202, but I guess not. I have to drive to find some young girl. What? I have to drive to find some young girl, just want good food and no assholes. Being 50 changes. Yeah. You know what they say, 50 is a second 20. Or was it 40? I don't know. Whatever you want. The second youth, basically. Yeah, it's holding a bit too much. Huh. That's weird. It should be good to go now. But it's not. You have no drive. I love lead farmer's humor. You always put a smile on my face, man. Okay, this is almost done. 10 more seconds and we lift it. Oh yeah, now it's flowing. Now it's completely free. And there. Yeah, 205. Not bad. Okay. Stop the heating. Stop the heating. Reduce the temperature at the bottom. Let's give it 185. 186 will do. Hit the preheating. And let's get some flux and let's start doing some smoking. Let's do some vaping. I'm running pretty low. I gotta grab another one from the fridge. But we'll see, maybe I'll get some sales now that Northwest Tony gave me a relatively good review. It's not awesome, but I'll take it. Why do cup style capacitors pop sometimes under heavy load? Under heavy load, they don't pop under heavy load, they pop under heavy temperature. And the reason is because there's an electrolyte inside. And that's why we call them electrolytic cups. And once that electrolyte inside heats up too much, the case is unable to hold it, because when the electrolyte heats up, it expands. And that's why they blow. Oh, I'm at 380. I should go lower. 370. Actually 365, because the board is preheated. Come on, little blob. Go where I command you to go. No. You're gonna stay here. Stay here. Okay. It's staying where I told him to stay. Let it solidify a bit, and we're gonna pick it up. Then we're gonna wick it, and we're gonna replace the socket. What do we have here? Why do cups? Yeah, round ones have chemicals inside. Yes, that is called electrolyte. So basically, why does electrolytic cup have as more capacitance than the ceramic cup? Because one electrode is treated with acid, and the acid just causes micro burns in it. So it's like a porous surface, right? Because you want surface in the electrolytic, in the capacitor, you want big surface. But when you have porous, structure, then you need another electrode to be always at the same distance from the other electrode, right? Right. So if you have two flat ones, right, it's easy. But if you have one that has holes in them, then you need another one to just kind of, work with those holes. So what you use is the electrolyte. So that is the other electrode. It's liquid, It's I think it's alkaline. Not sure. Don't quote me on that. And so, you know, what happens when you get a can of Coke and you heat it up to 300 degrees Celsius, right? It's gonna explode. The same with the cup. If you heat it up, it's gonna explode. I told my wife she was drawing her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised. I gotta tell it to my wife. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm sure she looked surprised. All right. Always look surprised. I threw a boomerang a few years ago. I now live in a constant fear. Okay. They don't always come back, you know. All right, give me another one. Thanks. I've seen a few vids of it happening during repair. So lucky not getting hit with in an eye. I mean, usually when they blow at the bottom, right? The bottom blow. So it's usually not like the actual case just explodes and throws shards of aluminum or whatever. It just oozes from at the bottom because you have the aluminum case and you have a plastic cup at the bottom. So it's that plastic cup that is gonna open. So it's not like it's super dangerous, but it can be. You can get hurt for sure. When you heat up electrolytic cups, it's recommended that you wear some eyewear, some eye protection, right? Some PPE, or even full face mask. You know, you can never be too careful. What do we have? Brando cabs. It's got electrolytes. Yeah. Oh yeah, Brando. Yes, sir. Well, why is Brando good? Because it has electrolytes. What are electrolytes? It's what Brando has. What a silly question. It's both funny and sad because I feel like we're living in idiocracy. That movie kind of predicted the future, unfortunately. It's not going that great today. Oh, it's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, let's put some fresh flux here. The cleaning is taking a little longer today. It's probably because I'm tired. But on Intel sockets it always takes longer because you have to work around those caps, which sucks, but what are you gonna do? As long as we have an outline on the socket, I don't care. Okay, I think this side is done. What do we have? German humor is only authentic when officially certified. But the punchline only comes with a stamp. A Vizilon. Oh, as long as the punchline isn't from Stasi. Yeah. I don't think. Yeah, well, we're about to have Stasi in US, or we do have Stasi in US now. you guys see what happened to Jimmy Kimmel? That was basically, yeah. Well, maybe because that is from the authoritarian playbook. You know, it's not that the government is physically, you know, preventing you from saying stuff and monitoring you or something like that. It's basically like Stasi's, like ZOMO or SB in Poland. It's basically your neighbors are incentivized to always report if someone said something or made a joke, inappropriate joke, or you know, that kind of stuff. And yeah, and suddenly you're arrested. Not the best, guys, not the best. You're a pretty worldly guy, Lead Farmer. How do you know about Stasi? All the Nazis escaped to what, Brazil, right? Was it Brazil or no, not Brazil. The oh my god, Argentina. Was it Argentina? For years there were conspiracy theories, or not really conspiracy theories, but basically theories that Hitler is still alive in Argentina. Alright, we lost the temperature at the bottom. It's at 110. Too cold. And looks like my connection is cropping out again with the Rework Pro. I thought it was a problem of the cable, but it disappears when I restart the computer. So I'm not sure what that is. It is annoying though, huh? Why is it taking so long, huh? Yeah, but it mainly takes so long because I let the board cool down too much. So it's even catching my wick. Hi. All this for 50 bucks. What do we have here? And Stasi. Or in the US, 90% are dad jokes, 9% are lawyer jokes, 1% are classified as a top secret. Germany delivers punchlines in accordance with DIN EN 9001. Okay, that's kind of like the ISO rules, right? Yeah. Hey guys. Hey you guys. Come on, can we be done with this already? It's taking forever. I don't know why I'm struggling with this so much. It's probably that, hang on, that connection is really throwing me off. Let's do this for now, and just so we don't see that flicker. I'm not sure what that is. I've had it for a while, but usually when I restart the computer, it just goes away. It's not the HDMI cable. It's not the, I don't know, some kind of interference. I don't know what it is. Crazy how long it's taken. Normally it doesn't take me that long to wick the socket, but I guess today is not my day. Let's see, NAFO standard jokes. My dad was in Navy, so I had curiosity of world conflicts. Oh, that's why you know so much of the. What's that? On the balcony. All right. Yeah, it's always good to be worldly. You know, there are certain groups, usually religious groups, that just kind of frown upon people being too worldly, and they just kind of stay away from them. Which is, in my view, really, if that's your religion, where they tell you that you shouldn't hang out with people that are too worldly, that's probably not a group you should be affiliated with, in my view. But to each their own. Let's see. UK is nuts. People getting multi-year sentence over insult on social media. Rainwalker, how you doing, man? Well, UK does not have First Amendment, so you just have to live with that. I don't know. In this country, people, when Biden was still president, people, because I'm in Georgia, right? People would put the stickers on their cars, F Biden, you know, and like not F Biden, the actual word, the whole word, right? And I was thinking, like in Poland, that's not allowed, right? You're not allowed to say that, you know, in reference to your president, right? You have to respect your president, right? And I would like to see the same thing in the US. You know, we may disagree, but we are respectful. But in the US you can do that because it's you know, freedom of speech. So I can kind of understand that in, you know, European countries this is not allowed, right? It's, you know, probably not, I wouldn't agree with putting people in jail for that, but at least reprimanding them and, you know, get them some community service or something like that. You know, not necessarily incarceration, because that's a little bit too harsh in my view. But yeah, just so you understand that it's not okay to publicly, you know, publicly disrespect the leader of your country. So I kinda understand that, but again, as long as it's not actual incarceration, because then if it's incarceration, then you're kind of living in the police country. That's not good either. Yeah, let's have respect for the leadership of the country, but not at the penalty of incarceration. And, you know, in addition, actually, because that's a kind of a interesting subject with freedom of speech, because freedom of speech is not absolute, right? So yeah, you have freedom of speech, but, and there's no, because Republicans now want to touch the, you know, the subject of hate speech, right? But if that's a thing, then I think we should start with the president, if we're gonna make hate speech a thing. But there is no hate speech in the United States, right? It's not a thing. There's no statute that would allow you to prosecute someone on the grounds of hate speech. Either we all have freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, or none of us do, right? But there is consequence to the freedom of speech. So yeah, you're free to say stuff, but in some cases you have to, you know, just suffer consequences of your speech. And I'm not only, you know, I'm not even referring to political speech or anything like that, but imagine you walk into the crowded theater with kids and stuff, and you start yelling fire. And the result of that is a panic, and, you know, few kids injured, few people dead, that kind of stuff, right? You're gonna suffer consequences of your freedom of speech, right? Yeah, you can. You absolutely have a right to run into the crowded theater and yell fire. But he can't just say that, no, you can't do anything for to me because that was my freedom of speech. It was. No one took away that right from you. But now, as a result of your speech, people got injured or maybe people died. So you're gonna be prosecuted for that. Alright? Same with, you know, if you're planning to rob a bank, right, and the cops just kind of find out that you're planning to rob a bank, and they find your plan, right, that you were conspiring with other people to rob a bank, and you have a big plan and drawing and everything, and you just say, well, that was my freedom of speech. Yep, it was. You were free to plan a heist on the bank, sure. But now you're gonna be prosecuted for attempted robbery. Right? That kind of stuff. So yeah, the freedom of speech has never been absolute. It's not like you can always say anything you want without any consequences. You can say anything you want, but sometimes you're gonna have to suffer consequences of what you said. Simple as that. Let's see. It's a rendered thing. It is a rendered thing. Yeah. It could be the HDMI shielding. I tried replacing HDMI cables and stuff, and it seems to be a rendering thing. It's just kind of a Windows thing, I guess. Yes, what Peter says about Paul says more about Peter than it does about Paul. True. Hate crimes is add-on to a crime. Hate crime is an add-on to a crime, yeah. MAGA committing hate crimes. They high-five and look at score. Yeah, they are doing a lot of questionable things. We'll see if there are any consequences. I don't know if there will be any, but we'll see. 'Cause yeah, it's not looking great. I already compared it to Zomo and other, you know, law enforcement, people who joined law enforcement during the troubled times in Poland, and it's going to be the same thing in the US, or perhaps it will be. We'll see. Because the J6ers didn't really suffer any consequences, or at least not much. So we'll see. Maybe ICE officers will go to jail for 4 years, then another Republican is elected and is going to pardon them. Could be. It's quite political. It's not about right or wrong anymore. Okay, one last few spots and we're done. This is taking way longer than it normally takes me, way longer. And I can't even blame you guys for distracting me, because there's barely anything in the chat. So, no excuses. I'm just really slow today. And I still feel a little more solder under the iron. I don't know if that's good. Let's switch to the rework. Yeah, it's flipping. Let's just stop this. Let's restart the application alone and see if that helps. Yeah, the application alone, and it helped. Yeah, it's definitely not HDMI cable. But you don't see that on the actual screen when you know, on the computer. Just the, I don't know what it is. You just see it on the external device. The ground over here is still holding on to some solder. The ground's always the trickiest one. And we lost the timer because now the timer reset. Let's load the profile. Where is it? Where is that profile? Oh my god. Universal socket replacement by RAF. Cause why not? And let's turn on preheating. All right. Almost done. Because that ground is always going to give you the most problems, because that's always going to have the most thermal mass, and if you don't get it right, you're not going to be able to align the socket, and that's even going to be more frustrating. Not to mention that it won't solder on correctly, which means you're gonna have to do it again. So if you don't spend enough time doing this, it's all pointless. was more over here. I felt it. I'm glad I sweeped over here again, because there was a little bit of solder left, and that's the worst part. If you leave like tiny little speck on one of the pods, it can ruin the whole process. Let's see, rendering. It could be the HDMI. Rework Pro is your software. Who makes the hardware? Yes, so the Rework Pro is my software. The hardware, Chinese make the hardware, but you can make your own hardware. I'm actually working, well, not actively at the moment, but we have the project going on where you can just connect the Arduino Uno to the computer and run my software and connect the heaters and stuff, and as long as you just kind of, you know, work it out with the how to assemble all that, you can make your own hardware. But yeah, the hardware is basically PC 410 controller. That's what the software requires. Oh, funny story. 1983, a distant cousin, of course, distant cousin, a friend of mine, robs a bank in Puerto Rico, and he leaves note with full name. Yeah. Hello, I am Raf. I would like to rob your bank. Is that okay with you? Back in the day, that was, yeah, in the 80s, it was pretty popular that you would, you know, the robbers would go to the bank and hand the note to the teller to ask for the money, and, you know, no one would know that the robbery just happened, right? Because all the other customers thought they were just doing a withdrawal or something like that. But they actually robbed the bank. Yeah, it was pretty common because the tellers, because the you know, the money in the bank is insured, FDIC insured. So obviously you don't want the bankers to risk their life by preventing the robbery themselves. So they would always comply. They were always trained to comply with the robbers. And then it was up to the law enforcement to actually find them and recover the money, right? Or actually to FBI, because it's a federal crime. Yeah, so that used to be pretty popular. Let's see, I'm looking for demos to try on Steam. So many played a FPS where you use live to reload weapons. Was fun, but can't find the game now. Disappeared from my library after uninstalling. Some of the games on Steam would are, you know, basically discontinued, and some of them you just can't play at all, right? I was playing this game a few years ago. It was like a simple clicker, right? That's kind of mindless game, right? That's the kind of games that I like, right? Because I don't want to invest time into playing a game. And I kept playing it. It was all good. Then I switched the computer I installed the new computer and I wanted to download it, and it wasn't there anymore because it was discontinued. It happens. It happens. Well, if you want my advice, just don't waste time playing the games. It just steals your time and energy and stuff. Just, you know, you wanna relax, just go touch grass and work on some side project or something. Do something creative. Start painting, doing some art or something like that. Don't waste your time with games. They are engineered to steal your time, to steal your life. I need tweezers. Too hot. That's the main problem of this procedure, because you have to work with pretty hot board. But I must say the outline on this board is awesome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I don't have to worry about whether I aligned it well or not. I know I did. Okay. Yeah. This looks good. Yeah, this looks good. Okay, did I melt some plastic? Well, everything's hot, so hard to say. Okay, gentlemen, we got it. Whew, that was the longest wicking, like, ever. Like, literally ever. I don't think I've ever done longer wicking than this. It's crazy. Oh, what do we have here? Yes, hate crimes, MAGA, funny story. You got robbed at pizza place in '97. Detective asked me if I knew him, so I said yes. His name is Robert Oster. Rob Oster. Let me guess. The owner of the pizza place. Alright, fan switch going off. Preheating. 205. 205, stop the preheater, start the preheater. The profile is loaded. Let's see the profile. Profile is loaded. Okay, we got no flickering. Good. All right. All right. I gotta refuel. Hang on a second. Alright, I'm back. Are you guys still there? We're getting ready to drop the socket. We are at 197 at the bottom. I'm gonna start the profile in 3 degrees now. Tektronics, how you doing, man? Did you start testing after repairs, or do you send them back untested still? Also, how is the feedback from the customer after the replacement? So yes, the service is just around replacing the socket. So this is what we do. We don't do any testing because the boards usually come disassembled, so it's not even like we can test them reliably. As far as the feedback, it is estimated to be 80% successful, but we don't know how many people actually report the board not working. I just expect that the ones that don't report anything, it did work. We do have like 40 boards, close to 40 boards, and those we're gonna test. So we have one over here that we did last time, this little baby R007. Right, we did the socket on this one, and we're gonna test it in the next session, I guess. But this one is a customer board, and yeah, this is the $50 service where, you know, there's no guarantee, no nothing. You get the new socket soldered on, and that's it. Nothing more comes with that service. Eventually, I might offer a service along with testing the whole repair, right? But it's not gonna be $50, right? It will be at least $200, right? So it's only gonna be worth it on like super high-end boards, not boards like this. This is Z590, right? So, you know, the board is worth, maybe when it's new, it's like $350 maybe the board is worth like $150 or something like that. So obviously you're not gonna pay $200-300 for the repair on this one. Or maybe you would. I mean, that's what I expect, right? I wouldn't. But, you know, to each their own. Oh, it's grilled cheese time for me, says Let Farmer. Damn. I'm gonna eat something in a second. I still have my my awesome sandwich. It's a chicken salad sandwich, I think. Really good, with some French fries. It's getting cold right now, but I'm kind of busy right now. Or after I'm done with this, the machine is still gonna be hot, so I can just put my sandwich on the machine and just kind of preheat it, right? I'm kidding, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Okay, and we're starting the profile. Okay, we're gonna run all the way through, probably. Tell me when the socket drops. With 1200 sockets, it's pretty easy to spot. With some AM5s, it's kind of hard to see when it actually drops. It's easier when I get the footage and I just scroll through the footage and I see roughly when it dropped. But it should start dropping at around 185, 190. It should already be sitting, and we're gonna run it all the way to 205 for 160 seconds. Which is way more than needed, but that's what we're gonna do. Especially with the nozzle this low. It's a little lower than I usually keep. Oh no, actually, it's roughly the same. I see the flux, well, not bubbling, but smoking. And I reduced the bottom temperature by 5 degrees because I think 210 is a little bit too aggressive. You always want to do it at the lowest possible temperature. Sure, it takes longer and it's quicker if you up the temperature, sure, but you're risking other damage. And we want this one to work. Okay, it's smoking nicely. It's not dropping yet. We're at 190. It should start dropping now. Or maybe it already did. Did you see it drop? I can't really tell. It should drop now. Or is it lead-free solder? If it's lead-free, it's gonna take the whole cycle. It's a very minute drop on these. Although a little, it's more minute on AM5s. Yeah, it may have dropped already. But we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it on the profile. We're at the final step. It went up to 208. We overshot it a bit. Yeah, it probably did drop. Yeah, usually I just look at it on the footage afterwards, and that's when I know when it dropped. I usually don't see it during the process. Initially, when I was doing it, first few jobs, then I was always looking. I was even sticking a little piece of tape on the monitor to see when it actually drops, because I couldn't see. But that's it's really not needed. After this many replacements I did, I just trust the profile. I know it's gonna work because it has in the past. Everybody's going to bed, I see. We dropped in viewership a lot. The chat died. Well, it's a bit late. For sure. Remember stream. Why does the stream say, why is it not live? There you go. For some reason the preview rewound all the way to the beginning. That's weird. Never seen that before. just as well. There's barely anyone watching anyways. BGA is kind of boring. I like it though, because it's one of those things that just requires more patience and precision than anything else. Not even much skill. I mean, it kind of does. At least based on, you know, how much I struggled with it initially. I know it does require a bit of skill, a bit of researching, a lot of work, basically. No way around it. Okay, profile has ended. I turned on the fan. So now we're just waiting for it to cool down. That's it. That would be a good time to do a little chatting. But I guess chat died. So what are you gonna do? So that was 20 minutes since I turned on the Rework Pro last time after the restart. I'm not sure what's with this issue with display. It's kind of weird because I would expect the issues on the canvas, right? Where you see the profile and the graph, the temperature graph, you know, and all that. I would expect maybe some issues over there, maybe problems with double buffering, something like that. Sure. But why is it always the bottom side of the window? Always the same bottom side of the window. It's kind of weird. And only on the second display, only when you share the screen on the other display. It's very unusual. It's probably Windows 11 for you. Almost done with this tube. I'm gonna have to refill it with my awesome flux. And I gotta watch the rest of the video from Tony. Alright, we're cooling down. Let's do some visual now. Not that we need to, because either it did work or it didn't work. No, it looks aligned. The outline was awesome on it. We have some burnt flux, to be expected. Looks good. The temperature was pretty stable. It's actually more stable than I expected. I had a good contact with the board. The thermocouple had a good contact with the board. So that's good. That's always good to see. No exploded caps. So that's always good to hear. I didn't want to interrupt. That's why I didn't say anything. It's still here. Thank you. Well, don't worry about distracting me. That's the whole idea of doing this on the stream. Alright. I'll get used to it, because I do get distracted, and you know, that was the main reason why my last CPU reballing didn't work, because I got too distracted. But with the socket replacement, the chat doesn't really distract me that much, because when it's time for wicking, I just don't even look at the chat and, you know, just do my thing. The same with aligning, but the rest is just, you know, waiting for it to heat up, waiting for it to cool down, and you know that most of this work is just waiting. But you see how time consuming it is. You know, one day, because I always, you know, since I charge so little for this, I don't really make money on it, which is, you know, not ideal, because I'm not quite in the position to not make money. But I learned in life that, you know, sometimes you have to think a little more strategically. You know, not everything you do, you have to make money right away. You know, sometimes you have to start doing things for either for free or for almost no money until you are actually in the position to make money off of it. You know, it doesn't happen overnight. You have to pay your dues, basically. Oh my god. Error 413. Sorry, I'm working on a threatening letter to the tax office at the moment. I just have ChatGPT write it for you. But yeah, if you need some slurs, let me know. I can provide some. I can provide some for you. For the tax office, I always have some to say. IRS is armed. Or wait, Germany. Yep, Germany. Yeah. How are the taxes in Germany? You pay pretty high value-added tax, right? In Poland it was 22, then 23%. When I left it was 23%. But yeah, again, doing business in Poland, you know, running a company in Poland was 70%? The heck? What? How? Why? How would that even work? 70% of tax? 70% tax? That's crazy. I'm new to, what is that? X whole world NTX. Sorry if I'm butchering your nickname. I'm new to channel. Where are you located? I'm located in Georgia, Atlanta. United States. I would expect 40 tops in the EU. Yeah, I mean, in some cases it was like 20 or no, like 18% income tax and 23% value-added tax. So if you're a company, if you sell something for $10, you have to pay $23 in tax. Obviously, you pass that tax on to the consumer, right? So it's $12.30 if you sell something for $10, right? But then you deduct the tax, so your income is $10, and then you have to pay $2 in roughly like $1.80 in income tax. So yeah, but then you can do all kinds of magic and with those. You gotta ask accountants for that. But yeah. Just call me Hello. 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 Nice. Upstate NY here. Okay, you're in New York, upstate. It's pretty cold up there nowadays, I would expect. Late October. They have snow already. And Crypto Dream with United States flag, but dobry wieczór. Dobry wieczór. Although, if you're in Poland, then it's more of a morning over there, like 4 or 5 a.m., right? 20% sales tax, 46% income tax, 90% value added tax approximately. Yes, case and scraper option, but only for self-employed persons. Oh my god, man. Now I see why you want to leave Germany for United States. Yeah, it's it's not great over here either, but not as crazy as what you're describing. It's absolutely insane, man. You can deduct your expenses from that, right? So it's not like you have to... Do you make any money with that? With that amount of tax? That's crazy. Jesus, yeah, I remember in Poland it was whatever money you made, you always give it to the government. You never make any money. It's like the government always punishing you for making money. But it's kind of the same over here. In many regards, it's kind of like I was right now I don't really make any money, but since I'm a software engineer, my paychecks are usually relatively high, so I pay, I don't remember like 20% or something like that. If you're a bartender and physically in cash you make more money than I do, you pay 8%, right? But if I make more money, I pay higher percentage. It makes no sense to me. If you make more money, you should pay lower percentage because it's going to be more money. But if you make more money, you pay higher percentage. It never made sense to me. But that's how it is over here. And the same with if you own a property, say in California, and you don't spend more than like 6 months over there or something like that, then you have to pay additional tax because you're not living there full time. So it's like you're being punished for making more money. The more money you make, the more you're punished by the government. But in Poland, I feel like it's even worse. Or it used to be. It's been a while since I've been to Poland. No snow yet. Low 50s, high 40s at night. It's around the bed. It's around the bend, though. Not sure what that means, but okay, no snow yet. Yeah, upstate New York is a really nice places over there. A lot of forests. It's really nice over there. Good for you, man. Good for you. Yes, it's always case by case. question as to how you can offset or write off something. 60% to 88%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, same over here, you know, as far as, you know, you deducting, you know, writing off like food expenses or fuel or car maintenance or stuff like that. You have a certain amounts that you can write off up to, right? So, you know, you can write off up to like 30% of your food expenses and you know, 20% of car expenses or 80% of car expenses, or, you know, in Poland it was a little more transparent because you would like your phone bill, right? It's different nowadays, I guess, but back in the day you would get, you know, for each call you would be charged separately, right? So you pay some monthly fee for having a phone, but on top of that you pay for each call, right? Now in US especially, and I think in Poland the same, you just pay a flat fee a month and you get free calls, free text messages and stuff like that. So come tax season, you would just get the bill and you would highlight the calls that you made that were business related, and those were the ones that you write off. And the same with the, you know, the gas, right? You write off the mileage, but only certain mileage here and there. You know, you don't write off everything, right? That's how it used to be. I don't know what the hell is going on over here. I keep hearing like some cracking and stuff. That's not right. It shouldn't be sounding like that. I'm not sure if it's my heater at the bottom or the board. I guess it should be the board, because the heater never made this sound before. That shocks me too. For example, 12 nurses have more money than me. What? 12 nurses have more money than me at the end of the month. You mean the medical expenses, or you're comparing the income? Because yeah, over here it's actually recently there was a pretty viral video of some, I think it was like a Starbucks worker or a waiter or, you know, barista, I don't know, and they posted like how much money they made, right? And it was like $10,000 a month, something like that, you know, and everybody was shocked. Yeah, I don't make that much as a senior software engineer at you know, the prestigious corporation, you know, with 3 decades of experience, you know, working on pretty high valued systems. I don't make that much, and there you go, you wait some tables and you make more money than I do. Yeah. So a lot of people got upset, and especially the ones working in that business, because they said, like, you know, what are you doing? You're just ruining it for all of us, right? And true, because the comments under that video, a lot of people said, oh my god, I'm not tipping anymore. Right? Like, no, screw that. Well, you make 3 times as much money than the average American, and you're bragging about it and, you know, flaunting it in front of everybody, then yeah, I'm not tipping anymore. And there was a lot of discussion around tipping culture in general as well, because yeah, everything comes with the tip nowadays. I don't get tips. I mean, sometimes I do. I mean, in a way that, you know, if I you know, tell you no charge, right? And I send you back the device, no charge. Sometimes I'll send you a link where you can put your own amount, and you can just tip me, right? Whatever you feel like you wanna tip me. 20 bucks, 40 bucks, 80 bucks, whatever you feel like I gave you the value for, right? And some people don't do it at all, and some people do, right? So yeah, but in general, I don't get tips. I just charge you for what I said I would charge you for, and I did what I said I would, and you know, here it is. And I don't get tips. Why do I not get tips? I want tips too. I know, it's 50 bucks for the socket replacement plus a tip. Why not? What about the music, Lead Farmer? You don't like the music? It's AI generated, so I don't get copyright claims and stuff. No one cares about AI. No rights for AIs. No rights for robots. Compensation for occupation and how fun said occupation is a Venn diagram without a whole lot of overlap. In most cases anyway. Oh, you mean the cracking sound is from the music? Yes, some good ear, man. Yes, some good ear, brother. Thanks for clarifying that for me. Yeah, because I thought it's coming from like the board, because it's kind of like a sound, the glass cracking, right? Like when you overheat the glass, and you hear those internal cracks, right? Or a glass, or you know, a fiber, or you know, carbon fiber or something like that. Those cracking. So that's what I immediately thought. It's either the board or one of the heaters, either top or the bottom heater, is at the end of its life, and it's cracking when it's cooling down. But damn, nice catch, man. Nice catch. Oh, we're at 46. Why are you not telling me? We remove the board when it drops to 50 degrees. That's our rule over here at Black Horse Repairs. People who know how to make flags better than Northridge Wicks, according to some people. Okay, let's see here. Okay, every corner is solid. It's solid. It's solid. The board is not flimsy, which is what I like to see. Yeah, it's solid. The board is solid. It's not flimsy. Sometimes after the replacement, the board will become very flimsy. That's how you know it's probably not gonna work. But this one looks good. And let's give it a nice rip test. And this way. Okay. It's not ripping, so should be good. It looks perfectly aligned to me, as far as my old eyes can see. I'm actually gonna use a little visual aid. Yeah, it looks perfectly aligned. Okay, so now just cleaning and it should be done. Whew, that took a while. How long did it take? How long was the stream? 3 hours? Are you kidding me? Why did it take 3 hours? Okay, I charged $50 for this. It took 3 hours. So I'm making below minimum wage. Yeah, boards do some noise. They can, yeah. I'm not sure. It's now when I picked it up, that's why I put it close to my ear. Yeah, it's the board that made some sounds. It wasn't the music. But that's fine. No cups, removed, or no cups exploded. Let's put the protector on it, because I'm not gonna be giving it a bath today, because it's kind of late, 11 o'clock. But yeah, this looks good. This should work. I don't see any deformation on the board. Yeah, the board looks good. As far as the shape of it, should be fine. I would say it's fine, but I guess we're gonna know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. He doesn't have good ears, but Klipsch speakers. Yeah, as it's drying, yeah, it's making sounds. I hear it. It's making sounds as it's drying, and I'm gonna put the board over here and we'll see, because it's crazy. I've never heard sounds like this from the board as it's cooling down, especially now that it's, you know, below 50 degrees. That's usually when I remove the board, and it never makes those sounds, but it's kind of like a sounds of cracking glass. And I'm thinking maybe it is as the flux solidifies and it shrinks, the board shrinks or whatever, and it's the flux that makes this sound. It's very possible. Okay, the board is done and the beer is done. So we did everything we planned to do today. Here's the original socket on the floor. Yeah, it lifted nicely. There was just one little pin over here at on the side that was broken. Because first, when I looked at the socket, I thought to myself, this isn't worth this isn't worth a replacement. You can just straighten out the pin if it's just one pin. But it was actually broken, so someone tried to straighten it out, and it just snapped, which is what pins usually do Alright, this weekend we're gonna have to work through a lot of boards, guys. So Sunday session is gonna have to start early in the morning. We're probably not gonna stream it because Nathan's gonna be doing streaming at like from 10 to 12, I think he streams. So Lead Farmer, we're gonna have to work through the customer board. This one. So this is from Tech Savvy. This was post socket replacement. We just have to diagnose it. Probably we just need to reflow the PCH, and that's probably gonna be it. Because it worked before, and after the socket replacement it doesn't work, but the CPU is heating up. So it's not a problem of the replacement per se. The socket replacement was successful, but the board, due to flexing, probably probably the PCH got warped, or the board got warped, so the PCH probably is not making good connection. So probably we just need to reflow the PCH and it should be good. But that's the first one we're gonna do. Then we have to do few of the boards for Romek, because he's gonna be here, I don't know, like in a week or a week and a half, something like that. So we have to get, at least 10 of them done. And so far I've only replaced one socket, and I haven't even tested the board. I haven't even reassembled the board. So it's kind of I was thinking that I would, now having a lot more time, that I would work through a lot of these, but it looks like I'm not doing as well as I thought I would, because there's, thank God there's some other paid work, but I gotta do at least 10 of these, so when he comes over in a week or so, I can get some cash from him and have some boards done. Because then it would be great if we could work through all of them before he comes in, but that's probably not possible. I mean, it would be if I didn't have any other work, but we have another ECM over here. Cylinder 1 misfire, Tribeca, and we have another one over here, Honda Civic 2006, was it? Something like that. The car started sparking. It died on the highway, and there are sparks coming on. That the car is completely dead. I don't have the mileage, which might be a problem, because to clone it I may need to have the mileage, but we'll see. 2006, it definitely has an immobilizer, but it might not be storing mileage on the ECM, so hopefully not, so we can get that done. And we have another PS5 coming, but I'm gonna do it on stream like last time, because it's too boring to do it without the stream. And yeah, and then we're gonna be well, we're not gonna be done, because a few more. We got another one coming for the cloning, and like two more ECMs for misfires. Which is good, because from one ECM I make more money than from 5 boards. Yeah. So if I make one ECM, I make as much money as I do if I do the five boards. So obviously, that's where the priority lies. But it's also the logistic aspect of it. You know, if I don't get these done, you know, in a timely manner, then I'm gonna be waiting for money for a while. Probably, we'll see. 2 boards a day. Or inspect any resistor moved. Yeah, we'll see. Possible bad igniter pickup coil and disturb. Have them test ohms on the distributor pins. Okay. Well, we'll work through it. I think, I don't know, lately since I've been working, it's already past 11. Right? Since I've been working pretty late lately, I've been waking up a little later than I normally do. You know, I've always been a early bird. By early, I mean, you know, like waking up and getting up at like 4 or 5 or 6 a.m. the latest, or 7 a.m. the latest. But since I've been going to bed this late, then, you know, like today I think I got up at past 10 o'clock. That's like midday for me. So that kind of moved my whole schedule. But I think you don't start until like 9 o'clock or something like that. So it should be good. We just have to get it done. And I have to list that BIOS repair service and few other services that I have in stock. But I've been working on the software that you know, lists that for me, so I don't have to actually do it myself. I just, you know, prep the directory and it just lists the eBay listings for me. But it's not quite ready, not to that extent. I mean, I've listed already one listing using the software, so I know it works. I just need to finish it up, and I want to finish the bitbot. That's I think that's gonna be a pretty good feature, something that I will use myself as well, like with everything that I work on. You know, I first make it for myself so I can use it, and then I release it to other people once I tested it and I confirmed that it brings me value, right? That kind of stuff. Easy. Possible body, they have the stance. It's the depression. It's ice. Yeah, that is. Yeah, it's kind of hard not to get depressed, you know. But it is. Yeah, it is. I find it really hard to get motivated and you know, do work. It's hard to get excited about anything. It's tough times we live in, but all right, as expected. Haha. Okay. As expected, after Tony's video, I have a order for 2 tubes of flux. And I have an offer for Mazda BCM or ECM for 170 from 200. I'll accept it. Yeah, I'll take 170. I'll take it, man. That's fine. I just need to send them the address then. So that's gonna tell me that I made a sale. And yeah, you made sale. Perfect. From Pennsylvania. Wellingford. Okay. That works for me. Okay, so I made 4 sales today. That works for me. See, if I could keep up this momentum, because this month is pretty good. This month brought a lot of orders. If I could keep this momentum, then you know, maybe I don't have to find a job. You know what I mean? Do I got Fire Stick or Google TV at Film Plus, and you can watch stuff? Yeah, as I said before, I just have the, you know, on the smart TV, I just watch Tubi or Live TV or something like that. Well, I don't really watch TV all the time. No time for that, man. I wish I had time. It's a high wave. 2 YouTube channels mentioned you. What's the other one? Nathan? Maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's I do appreciate the business. And I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll retire selling flax and ECM repairs. Yeah, the Dell parts people. Yeah. I mean, but I don't think he mentioned me in the way of, you know, go do business with them. He just, you know, as a fellow YouTuber, like check out the other YouTuber. Yeah. But you know, if someone has the option of sending Dell laptop to me or Nathan, then they're gonna send it to Nathan. And I definitely wouldn't blame them for that, because it's specialized in Dells. Unless it's for BGA work, then I would expect them to send it to me. Well, good, very good. 4 orders a day. If I had 4 orders a day, I would be in a good position. But you know, yesterday I had no orders. The day before I had 1, and today, you know, in the morning I got 1 for ECM. So I figured, okay, so we got, you know, 1 order a day. That would be, or 1 order every couple days. You know, that's at least gonna keep me alive, right? At least I'm not gonna drain my savings too quickly. He mentioned CPU replaced, maybe, yeah. Oh, Tektronic, willing for this 15 minutes from you. Well, that's where the ECM is coming from. If you have Mazda B2600 that you need fixed, then that's what I do. Or anything, you know. Pennsylvania is pretty close to me. So from Pennsylvania, it's good because the return shipping, because I have flat rate on shipping in some of my listings. Some of my listings are based on your location, so you just pay whatever shipping it costs. Like with my flax, you know, you pay whatever shipping is, whatever the shipping costs. But in most cases, especially on ECM repairs and stuff, I just have flat $25 shipping. So sometimes I pay $18, sometimes $15, and sometimes $40, depending where you live. So when you order from California and you want second day air shipping, then, you know, I have to pay $40 for shipping, and I only charge you 25. So, you know, in some cases it doesn't really work. But in some cases, if you order from Florida or Pennsylvania, I pay $12 for shipping, and I charge you 25. So I guess it kind of evens out, but I should update that to actually give you the actual shipping cost. Because when I made those listings back then, first of all, I wasn't an LLC, I was the individual, right? Second, I didn't really know how to do it. So, you know. Third, I didn't really have access to any shipping carriers or anything like that to get good shipping. So I would just go to ups.com and ship the package, or go to the UPS store and ship from there. And that's highly expensive. That's hella expensive. But now I get, I get much better deals on shipping. So I should probably do that. And especially when you sell from eBay, through eBay, they take a lot of heavy lifting. Even if you sell internationally, you just send to the eBay International Center, the fulfillment center, and they ship it to the actual address, right? So you don't actually have to create an international shipping label. They take that. That's why I believe it's such a hassle now to send to UK or basically to Europe or other places, because of all that. They probably got hit with the government something, and that's maybe what's happening. I don't know, but it seems weird now. It used to be so good. We really dropped the ball with the last election. Everything was going really well for the businesses, It was so nice getting cheap stuff from AliExpress, shipping worldwide, and everything seemed so good. And then new administration comes, and suddenly everything is a hassle now. Everything is a problem, and you don't even know what's going on. It's not like you have any transparency. It's just, one day it's 50%. See, this time I cut it early, because I was looking at OBS. If it was when I was doing like the wicking or something like that, not looking at the screen, that would have been a few minutes without sound. One day 50% muted. Yeah. No, I got I think, did I use fresh battery? No, it wasn't fully fresh batteries that I used for this session, but let's recharge these then, because it's my last set. Good night, babe. No, I'm gonna eat it. Okay, let's recharge some batteries, so I'll have some for tomorrow, because that was my last set. This one is my last set right now. No. Well, anyways, I like what the Labor Gains says. Like, times are tough, but so are you. But yeah, I definitely understand he says that, because he's been out of work for almost 2 years now. So yeah, he is a tough guy then. And trying to stay optimistic in that situation, crazy. It's admirable. you know, that's what I mean. Crazy, but you know, admirable that you can stay optimistic being out of work for 2 years. You know, by that time I would just, you know, find a barista job, a you know, part-time gig or something like that, because it's crazy if you I'm gonna start selling bootstraps on eBay so people can pick themselves up by them. You might have a good business in mind, man. A lot of people need those. But the problem is not just having bootstraps, it's just picking yourself up by them. You know? That is the main issue. Yeah, that's the main issue now. It's not easy to pick yourself up by your bootstrap, but that's what I was thinking. It's, you know, if I don't make something happen for myself, by myself, I might never be able to find an employer that not only will want to hire me, but also that is going to be a valuable employer. Because I can find employers that will want to hire me, but do I want to work for them? Who knows? Is it gonna be a valuable job? Is it gonna be a good job? I know it's hard now, and it's not like you're in the position to complain about it nowadays, because you know there's 50 people waiting for your spot, or 500 people waiting for your spot. And I knew that before even I got laid off from the last one. Not even my last job, the job before. You know, we were hiring for a QA engineer, I think, and you know, in one day, 1,600 resumes. You know, how do you compete in a market like that when there's 1,600 resumes for one job? You know, and then you wonder why do you get automated rejections? You know, who's gonna have time to look through 1,600 resumes? You know, and especially in the meaningful way. You know, that's a full-time job just to look through resumes. I always freeze hot water for bad times, because you can always use hot water. And there's the German humor for you. I got replaced by Mexico and Jamaica, cheaper labor. Remote work, going overseas. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I know. And it used to be, you know, my skills were unique, my skills were valued, but yeah, I got replaced by AI and offshore work. You know, I was never worried about being replaced by AI, because I know AI cannot do what I can do. But unfortunately, people who employ me do not know that. They think that AI can do my job. So I didn't account for that. So I kind of wasn't worried, because I don't know, because I knew AI cannot do it. But it's not the matter of whether AI can do it or not. It's whether people who sign my paycheck, are they convinced that AI can do my job for me? If they are, then I don't have a job. Not great, but I know. We just have to stay tough, stay positive, stay hopeful, and just work hard. Whatever you do, just work hard. Eventually, it's gonna be better. You know, I always say that, you know, I survived .com bubble, although I was a lot younger back then. I survived the 2009 recession. I'm gonna survive the 2025 recession. Because if I don't do, what else am I gonna do, right? We have to survive it. You know, people survived Second World War. My family survived the Holocaust. They survived pogroms. They survived. Yeah, I'm not Jewish, or my family's not Jewish, but it didn't really matter back then that much. You know, we survived Nazis. We survived Swiss or no, not Swiss. Swedish, Swedish invasion. We survived Soviet invasion. What else can we survive? We're gonna survive everything. Just, you know, just have to keep going. They only let people play with AI and pay for it in order to make the closed AI systems even stronger. You know, the problem with AI right now is that it doesn't make money. You know, all that investment that is going into AI is future investment. Not a single AI company is actually making money. A winged hussar way. Yes, sir. Damn, you know a lot of history, man. Damn, lad farmer. A very historically savvy and worldly man. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed that you even know about hussars. That's the equivalent of heavy armored, the equivalent of tanks nowadays, as hussars. Yeah. Your son is even more into history than you are, and he's 20. Well, then I congratulate you, or I'm more so I'm impressed with, you know, you raising your son, being aware of the history, because nowadays we just kind of don't learn history. That's why we make such a crappy decisions, because we don't, you know, we don't recognize when the dictator is claiming to power, and we vote for them, and then we cheer for them when they literally screw us over. It would be a lot, this country would have run a lot better if we had better education, especially in terms of history. You know, I always disagreed with my grandma when she used to say that whoever doesn't know history is not worthy of the future. I always disagreed with her on that, but you know, after years now, I see her point. I definitely see her point now. You know, it takes time to learn certain stuff. I told my son when he was 8, computers are fun, but they are also tech. But they also teach you so much. He has been to Norway and Iceland, and turns out we got DNA from there. Nice. Interesting. Yeah. All right, that was my last Heineken. So I'm done with my beer. So it's time to get some sleep. 11:30. Yeah. It was a long day still. Even though I got up pretty late, but I guess since I'm staying this late, he might have left DNA in Norway. Dude, it's 20. Of course he left some DNA in Norway. He better he better have left some DNA in Norway. Thinking takes a lot of energy, but unfortunately many people are energy savers. Well, that's a beautiful way of putting it, man. That's a beautiful way of putting it, but I don't think it's about energy. I mean, it is, because, yeah, actually thinking through problems instead of just associating things, it does take more energy. It's literally how our brains work. There's the association part, right? The fast brain, right? When we just recognize things and we associate, but we don't actually use the actual deep thinking, right? Because that takes a lot of energy and that takes time, right? So when you speak the language, when you talk to someone, when you have a conversation, you just primarily use the part of your brain that you just kind of go by, you know, what you've learned and repeating stuff and just kind of reacting to stuff. It's just association, right? And then afterwards, right, you ever have this feeling like you talk to someone or even have a discussion or debate with someone, and then a few hours or a few days later you think like, oh, I should have said that, or I should have done that, or I should have, you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda. That's because it takes time for your brain to actually do the actual work, right? And on regular basis you just use the association and just quick reactions to stuff, like basically you're following the script kind of thing. So yes, it's absolutely correct what he said, but I don't know, it's maybe part of it is education actually, more so than people not trying to think, you know, because everybody likes thinking, everybody, you know, or at least hopefully everybody at the end of the day, they just review their day and just think about stuff, and then the next day they make better decisions, right? But judging by, you know, like for example the farmers in America, now they're complaining like, yeah, we shouldn't have voted for Trump, but we voted for Trump because all the farmers voted for Trump, right? But now they're paying the price and they're thinking, you know, maybe we shouldn't have voted for Trump, but come next 4 years they're still going to be voting for Republicans, right? Because it's what they do. People don't really seem to have a long-term memory in that regard, right? Because the same thing, literally the same thing happened last time Trump was elected, and he screwed over farmers, and we were paying, you know, subsidies until today, and now Trump again screwed over farmers, but you know they still voted for him, and in 4 years they're still gonna vote Republicans. I don't know what to call that. It's not quite. Yeah, I think it's the education maybe more so than people not thinking. They're perfectly capable of thinking for themselves. They're perfectly capable of making decisions by themselves. They're, you know, hard workers. They're intelligent people. They're just, you know, it's kind of like they're in the cult, something like that. Oh, one-time thing? LOL. Fast to slow side of thoughts. Impulsive versus rational thinking. Yes, yes. If the ego is greater than ability and knowledge, then in combination with money, it is a catastrophe. Very, very true. Yeah. I was cursed. I was cursed with long-term memory. Oh, yes. I remember at 4 years old, TV loud on New Year's Eve countdown. Dunning-Kruger Club. Yeah, I remember some stuff from when I was a kid, like 4 or 5 years old. I remember some things. Yeah. So I guess we're on the same boat. I remember some stuff that I wish I could forget, but I don't think about it, so you know, it's kind of like forgotten. But I do remember it. It's still there, still sitting there somewhere. Yeah. All right, fellas, what do you think? Shall we go to bed? It's almost midnight here. We did some good work today, I like to think. Well, we got another order fulfilled, and tomorrow's Saturday. I'm gonna see if I can contact the customer. Maybe we can do the Saturday session for that board. If not, we're just gonna grab some boards. What's your schedule like tomorrow, Lead Farmer? Because we could do a few boards tomorrow. Because I just need to do the one ECM, I think, and because that one I'm waiting for the replacement for this one, and yeah, other than that, I think we only have the motherboards. Republicans today are like Democrats were 30 years ago. Authority thing. How you doing, man? I've never seen you on my streams. Good to see you here. You're I forgot which tribe. Was it Cherokee? No, it was. Remind me. I'm sorry, I forgot. But I know you're a Native American. I always appreciate your input on the things. And I know you're relatively right-wing oriented, which I respect. You know, I'm kind of crapping on the right-wingers nowadays, but you see what they're doing, right? It's kind of no-brainer. We could do a little better than that. Oh, Lead Farmer, you're fixing sister's car, possibly. Pulley and belt. Oh, okay, pulley and belt. That's. You're checking the rain schedule. Oh, you're checking the rain to schedule with her. Okay. Well, if you need any help, let me know. I can help you remotely. At least, you know, give you some, what do you call it? Emotional support. Not much more than that. What kind of car is it? Evening, Steven. Always good to see you. How's it going? Did you stream today? Okay, you'll be up 8 or 9 a.m. I probably won't. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. because usually, you know, afterwards I just, you know, grab the computer and I just, you know, start coding and do, you know, some work on the other project. And sometimes I look at the watch and it's like 4 a.m. and then I go to bed. So obviously I'm not gonna be up at 9 if I go to sleep at 4 a.m. But I don't know. Toyota minivan. Is it Toyota or Totota? Because I'm not familiar with Tototas. I have heard of Toyotas, though. I go sleep 3 a.m. up at 9:50. Yeah, because you're a little bit older than I am. You know, the older you get, the less sleep you need. Yeah. Oh, and funny that word in Puerto Rico is a female part. Totota? Okay, I learned something new today, I guess. Steven, no assembly and testing of what I took apart yesterday. Oh, okay. No streaming. Author thing. You still there? Or you just dropped by to leave a quick comment and left? Always like to hear from you, man. Because you live in Ohio, if I remember correctly. Ohio, was it? Or I don't know, you did tell me at some point. But yeah, I guess you just dropped by for a second, I guess. Kill the music so your mind rests. Oh, I will. Oh, it's from Oregon? Oh, no, no, Steven's from Washington. Yeah, I know. I was talking about the author thing, 7403. He's a long time viewer. Native American, or you know, descendant. And Republican, I guess. Or I don't know if I mislabeled you, but I know you had some Republican points. And Steven, yeah, Vancouver, Washington. Yeah, I remember. Pretty rainy over there, isn't it? But it's super green over there. I prefer Georgia because it's also super green, super awesome, but it's more of a tropical climate than the northern climate. And it's you kind of get the best of two worlds, because I don't know, where I come from, it's, you know, a month, maybe 2 months of good weather and 8 months or 10 months of crappy weather, including 3 or 4 months of solid winter. Here you get usually 8 to 10 months of good weather and like 2 months of crappy weather. So 70 degrees right now, 75 degrees outside. It's midnight. 75. During the day it was like in the higher 80s, lower 90s. I like that. But it doesn't get as hot as it does in Florida, and you don't have to worry about those tropical thunderstorms and hurricanes and all that kind of stuff. It touches us from time to time. There's a little wind, a little rain, some trees get knocked over, you get no power for a while, but other than that, just a few weeks out of the year where you get those kind of things, and then it's up to like 2 months of winter of crappy weather, and other than that, it's pretty cool. Freezing in the morning, 40s, 50s afternoon. Yeah, it's October, end of October, or second part of October, second half of October, so yeah. Less in Atlanta than Tampa, yeah. Yeah. I like Georgia. Not politically, but I like the climate. And we're kind of a very much divided state. It's kind of 50-50, roughly. There's plenty of, especially Atlanta area. It's kind of like a blue dot in the red state. So, but the state is kind of a purple state, which I like. It's not too far in either way. There you go. There you are. Author thing. It's been mid-60s to mid-70s in Oakland. Nice. Yeah, that's kind of weather that my wife would appreciate. I like it a little warmer. But that's just me. All right. What's our time on the stream? Because that's probably the longest one I have ever done. Oh, Oakland. Oh, sorry. Oakland. Where's that? I thought you were in Ohio for some reason, but I might be wrong. I had only almost 4 hours. Damn. Oh, go to St. Croix or St. Thomas. Repairmen are valued. Oh, it's Oklahoma. Okay, I don't know why. For some reason, I thought you were in Ohio. Huh. Oklahoma. Yeah. So you're on the because you did say you're on the other side of the Appalachian Trail, right? Appalachian, or no, Cherokee Trail, was it? Ah, yeah, because I'm on at the end of the trail, because I'm in Cherokee County. Starts with 0 and is not too far. No, starts with O and is not too far. Right. That's why. Okay, that's why I thought it was Ohio, because it both start with O and they're not too far apart. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for testing my geography. Politics is just a theater play so that the people think they are determining the course of the ship or everything down. Bets are places on the decline. Was it placed on the decline, and the profits are absurdly high. I can see why you think that in Germany, but as you can see in the United States, you actually do have a power to make the decisions that determine the direction of where the country is going. Very much so. That is the that's how it works here. So no, yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from. I had the same idea back in Poland, because it was, but here, as you can see, now you actually do have too much power as a voter. Yeah, you're in Cherokee County too. Okay, yeah. Ohio, Oklahoma. Tano Caribbean? I didn't get that, Les Farmer. But I'm guessing it was something funny. You have kind of a European kind of humor, sense of humor. Oh, Tano native from from Caribbean, 20% in DNA. That DNA stuff, yeah. A lot of people went crazy for that. I worked for a company that was doing those DNA testing, but not for the heritage, but for the potential diseases you can get and stuff like that. But it was, I don't believe that. Looking at how the business was set up and all that stuff, I don't really believe that. But they would send the samples, or we would send the samples to Canada for testing. One of your cousins is 43%. How does that work? So how are you 20% and your cousin is 43? Well, I guess different mother, or different mother, different father, right? But your mother's or your father's sibling, right? So I guess, yeah, it makes sense, I guess. Alrighty, fellas, before my second set of batteries die, although this will work for another like 2 hours, 3 hours. So the other one died after about 3.5 hours, right? So that's usually how long they work, around 4 hours. So before it gets too late, I need to get some sleep, and I guess, yeah, I'm not gonna be fulfilling orders today, but I got order for 2 tubes of flux. I say that was great. Business is picking up, so I'm glad to hear that. And we'll see what it's gonna be. And definitely tomorrow we have to list the BIOS repair and stuff, and do some boards and stuff. I don't know, maybe we'll do it live, or if not, join the Discord in the lounge. We're gonna be hanging out over there after Lead Farmer fixes his sister's car. Alrighty, thank you guys very much for joining me today. I can't possibly read all of these. Let me see. Byteg, Lead Farmer, of course. Potty 1736. DIY Repair Hour, Patrick. Mohammed, thank you so much. Who else do we have? Error 413, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Housing whatever. Housing, yeah. Housing gamer, yeah. Thank you so much. Who else do we have here? I think this is it. And of course, what did you say? Hollow. Yeah, Hollow, thank you so much for joining us. And Crypto Dream, thank you so much for joining us. And did I not miss anyone? And of course, Author Thing 7403. Thank you so much. And of course, Steven, thank you. Always good to see you here. And that is it. All right. Thank you guys so much. And I guess I shall see you tomorrow.